Honorable members, may I have your attention, please? I have the honor to inform the House that a communication... Honorable members, may I have your attention, please? I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. The Honorable Greg Fergus, Speaker of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, I am commanded to inform you that the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Chief Justice of Canada, in his capacity as Deputy of the Governor-General, will proceed to the Chamber of the Senate to open the first session of the 45th Parliament of Canada at 8 a.m. on Monday, the 26th of May, 2025. Yours sincerely, Ken McKillop, CD, Secretary to the Governor-General. J'ai l'honneur d'informer...
I have the honour to inform the House. The Honourable Greg Fergus stated, Mr. Speaker, I am commanded to inform you that the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Chief Justice of Canada, in his capacity as Deputy of the Governor-General, will proceed to the Chamber of the Senate to open the first session of the 45th Parliament of Canada at 8 a.m. on Monday, the 26th day of May, 2025. Yours sincerely, Ken McKillop, CD, Secretary to the Governor-General.
Message de très honorable suppléant de Son Excellence la Gouverneure Générale. A message from the Right Honourable Deputy of Her Excellency the Governor General.
Mr. Clerk, a message from the Right Honourable Deputy of Her Excellency the Governor General. Monsieur le Greffier.
Mr. Clerk, a message from the Right Honourable Governor General.
Faites entrer le messager.
Admit the messenger.
Honourable members of the House of Commons, it is the desire of the Right Honourable Deputy of Her Excellency the Governor General that this Honourable House attend him immediately in the chamber of the Senate. Honorables membres de la Chambre des Communes, c'est le désir de très honorable suppléant de Son Excellence la Gouverneure Générale que cette honorable Chambre se rende immédiatement auprès de lui dans la salle du Sénat.
Immediately, eh? Pursuant to Standing Order 3, I invite Mr. Plamondon, member for Bécancour-Nicolette-Sorel-Alnobac, to take the chair as member presiding over the election of the Speaker. Conformément à l'article 3 du règlement, j'invite Monsieur...
Pursuant to Standing Order 3, I invite Mr. Plamondon, member for Bécancour-Nicolette-Sorel-Alnobac, to take the chair as the member presiding over the election of the Speaker.
Et à tous, félicitations à vous tous qui avez...
I would like to congratulate all of you on your election. It's very important. We are all elected here because we believe in democracy and we support it. Congratulations again to all of you. I see that there are many new members. Maybe one of you will one day beat my 41-year standing record. And for all younger or newer MPs, I'd like to repeat a piece of advice that I've already given here in the House. It is important to manage your emotions, especially frustration. Some asked me why I'm not a spokesperson, why I was never a minister. Well, sometimes we experience frustration, but we get over it over time. A second piece of advice for new members: only speak when you have something intelligent to say.
Vous savez...
Let me explain. I'm saying this in French because if I were to say it in English, I would also need translation, as I do when I speak French. In this place, we have the best journalists in Canada. When they interview us, they don't interview us for no reason. You need to be very well prepared because if you say one wrong word, it can change the course of your career sometimes. I'd like to share an anecdote that I've already shared with previous MPs. I was first elected in 1984. When I was a brand new MP, I made 3 statements which went against what my party believed in. At our first caucus meeting, a senator who seemed very old to me, now I think back on it and he doesn't seem so old, he said to me, "Come and see me after the caucus meeting." I went to see him in his office. We had a very short meeting. He said, "Look at the wall." And on the wall, he said, "Do you see what I have on my wall here? This is a fish, a dead fish, and if he had just shut his mouth, he would still be alive."
Alors, il a ajouté en politique,
He said, "Well, in politics, it's the same."
c'est un peu en anglais.
Now I'm going to speak English.
I have received by email last night the list of candidates for the speakership. The list of numbers who have withdrawn and the list of numbers who have ineligible as candidate. This list are also available at the table and on our commons if members will to consult them before the vote. Avant de procéder,
Before we begin, I want to invite any member whose name is on the list of candidates but who does not want to stand for election to rise and inform the chair accordingly.
Député de
Allez-y.
Perth Wellington.
West Wellington.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Doyen de la Chambre.
Thank you very much, Dean of the House of Commons. It is great to see you preside over this for the 7th time. I wish to withdraw my name.
For Speaker. Thank you.
Regardez là. Oh,
Député d'Acadie, Annapolis.
député d'Acadie.
The Honourable Member for Acadie.
A good speaker knows when to keep their speeches short. Can you withdraw my name from the ballot, please?
Okay. À la suite de ces déclarations, la liste des candidats est remise.
We will revise the list of candidates.
6 candidats, 24. Il y aura donc 6 candidats.
There will be a total of 6 candidates.
Conformément pursuant to Standing Order 3.1, the House must proceed to the speech from each candidate for the speakership. Notwithstanding any standing order or any usual procedure and practice adopted by the House, et pour aider les nouveaux députés identifiés.
And to help the new members to identify the candidates for the office of Speaker, I will recognize, in alphabetical order, each candidate by name and by electoral district.
When the last candidate to address the House completes his or her speech, I will leave the chair for 30 minutes, after which numbers will proceed to the election of the Speaker. Each number have 5 minutes for the speech. I invite now to call up Mr. Sean Casey, honorable member of Charlottetown, to address the House for not more than 5 minutes.
Monsieur le Président, je tiens tout d'abord à souligner.
Mr. Speaker, I would first like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin people who have lived here for millennia. We acknowledge the lasting presence of Indigenous peoples, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis on this territory.
Parliament and the office of the Speaker have declined at an accelerating pace over the last decade. From 2003 to 2017, not a single member of Parliament was asked to withdraw for disregarding the authority of the Speaker. Compare that to the last 8 years, where 9 members have been kicked out of the chamber for violating the rules of debate, refusing to withdraw in parliamentary language, failing to apologize for their conduct, and defying the Speaker. I have witnessed almost all of these incidents, and frankly, there should have been more expulsions. What's worse is that this lack of respect for Parliament has actually been used as ammunition to raise funds. Sadly, this demonstrates the current state of decorum. It is not okay. That, Mr. Speaker, is why I stand before you to offer my candidacy for the office of Speaker. And I do so with some degree of optimism. Seuls les députés peuvent restaurer le respect.
Only members of Parliament can restore and rebuild trust in our institutions. About 1/3 of members here are new to the House. I don't think any of them campaigned on a promise to shout the most in the House or promising to insult other members of Parliament, and especially not to insult the Speaker, him or herself. They were elected because they promised to represent their constituents here with dignity and hard work, and to focus on constituents rather than on their next Instagram video. We members of Parliament have a significant role to play in restoring trust in this House and in the Speakership.
Members in wanting a reset. After thousands of interactions with constituents during the course of the campaign, I can't imagine that anyone held up the current state of civility in Parliament with pride. We owe Canadians a genuine effort to raise the bar in how we treat each other. A new session with so many new faces offers a fresh start and a real chance to lead by example. If you agree that the conditions and the timing are right to make a meaningful change, then I offer my experience and approach to lead that reset. Avant d'entrer en politique, j'étais avocat.
Before I got into politics, I was a lawyer and a business person. I had to respect the administration of justice and the law. I had to respect the opposing bench. I also had to vigorously defend my client. Those were part and parcel of my duties as a lawyer. I had to follow rules of procedure, which was essential to be efficient. That allowed me to build values of equity, structure, and impartiality, which are qualities essential to being Speaker. I was elected to Parliament for the first time in 2011. I was one of just a few new members in the party. I was re-elected in 2015 and appointed Parliamentary Secretary to 3 different ministers. More recently, I presided over a standing committee. At age 48, I committed to becoming bilingual and achieved a C level. I'm very proud of that accomplishment.
I've served with 4 different speakers and have learned what works and what doesn't. First, it is vitally important for the Speaker to set the tone early and rigorously. A collegial approach, cajoling repeat offenders, has proven ineffective. The current state of debate requires the consistent application of progressive discipline. I offer the experience, the tone, and the temperament to deliver exactly that. I would be honored with your support to lead a collective effort to rebuild respect in Parliament. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now ask Mr. Greg Fergus, the Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer, to address the House for not more than 5 minutes.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to recognise that we are on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. Since time immemorial, Indigenous peoples have met here to exchange, to share, and to collaborate. That is what Canadians expect from us here in the House of Commons. Today, a similar spirit assembles us. Some of us for the first time, some since 1984. I was elected Speaker in the second half of a minority parliament. When I was elected, I promised to be a collaborative and well-thought Speaker, a Speaker that would serve all parliamentarians.
Tempers ran high and cooperation was low. It was in that context that I learned the ropes of the job, often getting it right, and when I didn't, putting in place measures to continually improve. To be frank, it would have been a difficult time for anyone in that role. We find ourselves in a new minority parliament. A new parliament is a new beginning, but we don't have to start at the beginning. Although I continue to stand by my values for mutual respect between members, the business of Parliament must get done. With transparency, with integrity, with accountability, and without gamesmanship. This is what Canadians expect from us. At my first question period, I asked you to treat me like a new car. Try not to get a dent on me on the first day. Well, I got one day. There are now a couple of dents, but I'm still running. I'm now a reliable car with experience. And that's how I learned what all speakers eventually discover. You don't become speaker by just putting on the robes. You learn the role through experience. Les habits ne fait pas le président.
It's not just the gown that makes you speaker. You become a speaker with experience. That experience I've already obtained, and now I want to implement it for this 45th legislature. Presiding over debates in this House is the most visible part of the role. However, the Speaker also has a very important diplomatic role to play.
Canada needs friendships around the world. From the early days of my speakership, I insisted that Canada show our solidarity with Ukraine, and I'm proud to have organized an all-party parliamentary mission to Ukraine. During the long train ride into Ukraine under the cover of darkness, with the protection of the Canadian Armed Forces, seated with my colleagues from the Conservatives, the Bloc, the NDP, and the Liberals, working together, we developed lasting friendships with Ukrainians and strengthened their network of support in their time of need. This is another example of Parliament at its best. Plus que jamais,
more than ever, Canada needs strong friendships everywhere. Throughout the world, I have forged strong ties of friendship to put forward our Parliament's interests. This experience will serve for the success of the Speakers G7 meeting that will happen later this summer. Another role of the Speaker happens here. As the CEO of about 2,500 members of staff, I support the services that support your rights and privileges as parliamentarians.
Money was well spent. We took steps never taken before. We started a new audit process. We implemented robust new security measures in and around Parliament Hill, in your constituencies, at your offices, and at your home. And we did this so that you and your family can feel safe while you do your job. C'est riche de cette expérience.
It's with this wealth of experience that I ask for your support for my re-election. I gained the experience necessary to implement changes that are essential starting today.
Dense, but it also has character. The engine is strong, and I know the road. Allons-y, let's go together. Merci beaucoup. Miigwech.
I will now call upon Mr. Robert.
I will now call upon Mrs. Alexandra Mendez, the Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert, to address the House for not more than 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chers collègues, dear colleagues, I rise today to let my name stand to be your speaker. I will try to be brief and to the point. Unlike other colleagues, I did not spend the last few days on emails or phone calls asking for your support. Mostly because, as you may know, some of you may know anyways, I was diagnosed with cancer at the end of January, and I have been undergoing intense treatment ever since. Thanks to a phenomenal team and the many volunteers who raised their hand to help me through the campaign, I find myself representing the citizens of Brossard-Saint-Lambert once more, and I couldn't be more grateful. After a successful re-election, I wanted to ensure my health situation would allow me to stand for this role. I spent many hours reflecting on my next steps, both from a personal and professional level. I do wish to take this moment to thank many of you in this chamber who sent me messages of encouragement in the past weeks and months. From text messages to phone calls and emails, your heartfelt words meant a great deal to me during these challenging times. La vie sans équivoque.
The unequivocal advice from my oncologist has led me to believe that I can safely consider serving you as speaker. I have the experience of 5 years as assistant vice speaker, have taught me indeed what it takes to ensure an environment of respectful debate of ideas and adherence to our standing orders as agreed upon over the course of legislatures. I'm not here in opposition to anyone. I'm here because I have some convictions that I believe will provide another way of approaching the responsibilities we all have as parliamentarians.
I have never been a parliamentary secretary, nor a minister, nor held any government role. I have been a privileged backbencher, but a backbencher nonetheless. Nous sommes 334 personnes sur...
We are 343 out of 40 million Canadians that were chosen to legislate their present and more than ever their future.
Responsibilities include and depend on the constant quest for fruitfulness and the common good. I also believe that one of our responsibilities is to find joy in the work we do. Loving what we do, this place where we do it, and the people that help us do it are for me fundamental aspects of a successful parliamentary life. It can't and it shouldn't be all about insults and accusations, about gotcha moments and questionable statements. This is the place where Canada's most important conversations should be held, where we seriously debate and humorously disagree.
The ability to find the right word is an art that I admire, and that so many of you, dear colleagues, use with great brio. Combined with the respect for others and the most basic standards of politeness, this oratory art is exactly what our debates should always be like.
Holding the government to account is the essential element of parliamentary democracy. No government is immune from the necessary scrutiny of its proposed legislation and its management of the public accounts. But Canadians have told us time and time again that they expect us to do this with far more civility than they see in this place most days. Should I be given the honour of being elected to the chair, I would strive with all my might to bring dignity to our debates. I believe in the rules and regulations that govern the House of Commons. I believe in the office of the Speaker that oversees the functioning and administration of this place. I trust the clerk and the table officers who guide us and provide us with their knowledge and their independent analysis.
Dignity is a principle very close to my heart. No one in this House, parliamentarian or not, should have their humanity violated. The most elementary thanks to the pages who bring us a glass of water or a lectern, respectful awareness of the monumental work done by the interpreters, recognition of the delicacy of the task that falls upon the officers of the table, and acceptance that despite our differences, we are all here with a single goal, to make some good laws.
Our predecessors fought hard for our rights as parliamentarians. It is our duty to uphold them with conviction and honour.
Finally, dear colleagues, I offer you the argument of the century, or the 21st century. Is it not time for a woman to be elected Speaker of the Canadian House of Commons? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will now call upon Mr. Robert Oliphant to the honourable member from Down Valley West.
Merci.
Thank you, Dean, for having presided over us with your classic sense of humour. I think that you have a great career ahead of you. I would like to commend, first of all, everyone for their re-election, or their election.
I was first elected and walked into the chamber, then in Centre Block. It was in 2008. I'm a minister of the United Church of Canada, so neo-Gothic buildings and stained glass and ceremony were hardly new. But I was still overwhelmed to be in the Parliament of Canada, with honourable colleagues from all parties doing our best to live up to the lofty expectations of those who sent us here. I still feel that sense of awe, but after 17 years, it has dimmed and become more difficult and sometimes even painful to be in here. Dignity has diminished and decorum has declined. Respect for one another and for this institution are woefully lacking. Canadians have noticed. This was confirmed to me at the many doors I knocked on recently, and I suspect that everyone in this room has had that experience the same way. Canadians are watching. Cela dit, sachant...
That being said, knowing that the task before us is colossal, with great humility and some concern, I've decided to be a candidate to become your speaker.
Speaker was the Honourable Peter Milliken. I did not know he would be in the gallery today, who for me embodied what it... who for me embodied what it means to be a parliamentarian. I was in opposition, and in a moment of passion, I once went a little too far with a comment. Speaker Milliken rose. He dropped his head, he raised his eyebrow, and he asked me to withdraw the comment. I'm a politician. I love debate. I love spice in this House. But I felt at that moment I had disappointed the Speaker. I had disappointed him. And I withdrew the remark. I did not want to let down my colleagues or this House or the people who had sent me here to represent them. The raising of an eyebrow. I say this because the Speaker's authority, the ability to provide leadership, to maintain order, to protect members' rights and privileges, to have credibility inside and outside this House, comes from members having trust and respect in not only the office of the Speaker, but in the Speaker herself or himself. Il faut plus qu'une apparence d'impartialité.
We need to go beyond an appearance of impartiality. We have to be impartial. We have to listen to both sides of the House. We have to have taken part in a number of roles. Irrespective of our party or our position, finally, this authority is not simply given to us because we understand parliamentary privilege, but because we protect it every single day.
Of course, rooted in competence, credentials, and character, but it's more than that. It comes from being calm in the midst of chaos, dispassionate in the heat of debate. It comes from humility, accountability, empathy. It comes from having a sense of humor that cuts through pretense and posturing and calms the moment.
It's not given us just because we respect both official languages, but because we live in both languages every day. My partner, over the last few years, my partner is a proud Quebecer who grew up in Rimouski. Not only is he my French professor, but he also helps me to better understand the Francophone reality in Canada, which is an asset to us all.
And I hope to preside over Parliament with dignity, and I will say zero tolerance for behaviour that diminishes any one of us, with consistently applied consequences for unparliamentary behaviour, no matter where it comes from. As a former accountant, I hope to excel as the chief administrator of this place. And as former parliamentary secretary in foreign affairs, I hope to represent Parliament faithfully and carefully around the world and in Canada. I believe I can do all three of these key roles. In my role as an other kind of minister, I led congregations across Canada, leading people in good times and bad, breaking down barriers that divided people, and attempting to lead them in common purpose. People have often asked, what's the difference between being an MP and clergy? I pray more now. But I don't want to pray. I want to do something about it. I would like to be your speaker. I'd like to be the custodian of the chair that belongs to you. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for your support. Given that you referred to my career, when I was elected in 1984, there were no cell phones, there was no internet, and there was no fax. It was paradise. It was great. I will now call upon Mrs. Sherry Romanado, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charles-le-Moine, to address the House for not more than 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, it's with humility and a lot of respect that I stand today as candidate to the Speakership of the House of Commons. To members who are back, welcome back. It's great to see so many familiar faces. To new MPs, welcome. Every single one of us have won the trust and gained the trust of our constituents so that we can respect their views. Irrespective of our region, our party, or point of view, we are united in our duty of serving democracy with integrity. We must also defend its institutions. It's no easy feat to be Speaker of this House where these diverse voices assemble, sometimes as a cacophony, but always with passion. The Speaker has a solemn responsibility, that is to preserve the dignity of Parliament, to guarantee the equity of debate, and, what might be the most difficult, make sure that 343 very intelligent people with very different opinions respect more or less the calendar of Parliament. The Speaker is not partisan. It is fundamentally based on principles, with equity and a staunch defence of everyone's privilege. If I get the trust of this House, I will treat everyone with respect and impartiality, knowing that democracy does not develop when we all agree, but when we all hear and listen to one another.
Parliamentary experience as Parliamentary Secretary, Deputy Leader of the Government, Chair of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, and probably the only member who actually asked to sit on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. As a fellow elected representative, I understand the demands of public service and the pressures we all face. But I also believe that impassioned debate and decorum are not mutually exclusive. The Speaker fulfills several key responsibilities: presiding over debates and ensuring the enforcement of rules and the preservation of order and decorum, acting as Chief Administrative Officer of the House, and representing the House in its external relations. Of these, the one I've heard the most about in my conversations over the past weeks is the preservation of decorum. On this, let me be very clear. I will be fair, firm, and consistent. The standing orders in the House of Commons procedure and practice offer a solid framework to guide our work. And with nearly a third of members joining the House for the first time, it is especially important that the Speaker provide guidance, clarity, and support. Expectations must be clearly communicated, and when rules are not followed, corrective action must be taken. In this regard, I've demonstrated my ability to lead impartially and keep order as the chair of the Indu Committee. My two sons will attest to my near obsession with rules and order. In fact, they both voluntarily enrolled in the Canadian Armed Forces at age 16, believing that even the military was bound to have fewer rules than at home. But above and beyond rules, the tone and culture of this place matter. In these times of uncertainty, when trust in institutions is being tested, we must renew our commitment to civility, transparency, and respectful dialogue. Canadians are watching us, especially young Canadians. Our children and grandchildren are paying attention to how we speak to one another, how we handle disagreement, and how we uphold the principles of democracy. Let us give them something to be proud of. Je crois également en un...
I believe in a modern, accessible parliament as well, one that adopts new technologies, reflects Canadians' realities, and includes both tradition and innovation. Parliament needs to change to adapt to the present moment, while also maintaining its foundations that have been serving us for generations.
I do not see the role of Speaker as a one-way street. It must be one that encourages a constant flow of ideas, viewpoints, and suggestions on how we can make this institution stronger, and how we can make it work better for all members, and ultimately for the people we are all here to serve. This is, after all, their house. Ma vision est celle d'un Parlement qui reflète le...
I have a vision of a parliament that reflects the best values that we have as Canadians, the best of what we are as Canadians and what we defend as parliamentarians. If I have the honor of being elected as Speaker, I will fully commit to this mission with equity, consistency, and fairness. Thank you very much.
I will now call upon Mr. Francis Scapareggia, the Honourable Member of Lac-Saint-Louis.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Moi également, j'aimerais.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to mention that today we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. A little over 20 years ago, I was seated in this house for the first time. In the farthest back row.
20 years ago. It was a proud moment, which is why I would like to offer a special congratulations to all newly elected members who are taking their seats for the first time today. Whether we are in the first rows or the last row, like the old Montreal Forum, there are no bad seats in this arena. Nous sommes tous égaux ici. Nous avons tous partagé le même parcours.
We are all equal here. We have all done the same thing.
Have all traveled the same road and faced challenges and come up against obstacles on the way to earning the honor and privilege of being the voices of our constituents in this Parliament. Canada's greatest asset is its democracy, and democracy lives and breathes here in this chamber. La démocratie ne s'arrête pas au jour du scrutin.
Democracy doesn't just stop on the day of the vote. Democracy is constantly evolving and it lives in this chamber. And ultimately, it is the quality of our democracy that represents the strength of our country, the strength of our nations, communities, provinces, and regions that together form our Canadian society.
It is rightly said that there can be no true freedom without order. Likewise, we can't have a truly meaningful exchange of ideas without an orderly, rules-based House of Commons. Now, there's nothing wrong with a clean, even board-rattling, polemical body check in the corners. I've been at the receiving end of a few. Robust debate is fundamental to a robust democracy, and a robust democracy is what makes for a resilient nation. The problem is when sticks go high. Canadians want to see sticks. Canadians want to see, though the elbows are for others, not for us. Canadians want to see sticks on the ice, and it's the responsibility of the Speaker to make this so. Colleagues, I'm an optimist. I believe it possible to skillfully and convincingly dissect and refute an argument without recourse to personal invective or intimidation. I have seen all colleagues from all parties achieve this standard. Over 20 years of parliamentary experience has prepared me for the challenge of finding the right balance between respect and order on the one hand, and vigorous debate that clarifies the issues on the other. J'ai fait le tour, collègues. En 20 ans,
Colleagues, I've had a great deal of experience in different roles. Over the last 20 years, I've been on both sides of the House, 10 years in opposition, including at a time when the future of my party seemed uncertain, and 10 years in total on the government side. I know both sides of the coin, and I'm very aware of the needs of colleagues on both sides of the House. We need to remember that the Speaker is also an administrator, leading operations and services on the Hill. After my 20 years of experience, I have a deep knowledge of all aspects of the administrative apparatus of the Hill and of its regulations.
colleagues, we have a duty to Canadians and to ourselves, a duty to cultivate our parliamentary democracy in an increasingly turbulent world where many argue that democracy is just too inefficient and time-consuming. Canada has always been about values. It was the will to affirm a distinct set of values on the upper half of the North American continent that led to the creation, against all odds, of this confederation of founding peoples and nations and diverse and proud regions. Our neighbor to the south may be modern-day Rome in size and power. We are Athens in culture, values, and democracy. That is how we must see ourselves. That is who we must be. Thank you, colleagues.
Before I suspend the sitting for 30 minutes, permettez-moi de dire.
I would just like to say to the entire team of volunteers that enabled me to be elected for the 13th time, I'd like to thank them for this prestigious chair. And I'd like to also thank my entire family and this speaker's throne that I love very much. Well, I'll have to lend it to the king tomorrow. What a thing to think about. But he will, of course, be welcome. It will be on the Senate throne, in fact. Now, I will just say that the bells will ring for only 5 minutes. Now, the sitting is suspended to the call of the chair.
Monsieur le Premier ministre. À l'ordre.
Order.
Conformément aux dispositions du...
Pursuant to the standing orders, the House will now proceed to elect a speaker.
D'une présidente. Alors, veuillez vous asseoir. Il faut qu'il enlève la... Okay. Les noms des candidats éligibles.
The names of the eligible candidates for the election are listed on the ballot in alphabetical order.
Ah oui, c'est.
Il faut inspecter la boîte d'abord.
After the clerk has opened the envelope containing the ballot, I will suggest a method of proceeding which will help to accelerate the voting process. Nous allons maintenant commencer à voter.
We are now prepared to begin to vote according to the provisions of Standing Order 4.
Allow me to outline the procedure for our honorable members. The names of the candidates for the election are listed on the ballot in alphabetical order. To vote, you must rank the candidate in the orders of preference, placing the number 1 in the space next to your first choice candidate, the number 2 next to your second choice candidate, and so on until you have ranked all candidates for whom you wish to vote. Please note that it's not necessary to rank all candidates. Vous pouvez voter à un seul candidat.
You can vote only for one candidate if you want.
Pour aller voter.
In order to vote, I will ask that members leave their desk, exit through the curtains, and come to the table using the doors on the left and the right of the chair on the respective side of the House. A clerk will issue to each member a ballot paper. After casting their ballot, honourable members are asked to leave the voting area. The polling booths are now open to vote. Members may proceed.
Order.
Je demanderai aux honorables députés.
I would ask honorable members who have not yet voted and wish to do so to please vote now.
If there are any honorable members who have not voted and wish to do so, will they please vote now? The Honorable. To all the members having voted, I do now instruct the clerk to proceed with the counting of the ballots after I have cashed my ballot.
Le sergent va s'avancer.
Nous allons procéder au vote. Permettez-moi de vous rappeler.
We will now continue with the vote. I forgot to mention something, especially for new members. When we're elected, we expect a lot of recognition. But we shouldn't get into politics to be recognized. A former premier of Quebec once said to a journalist, if you get into politics to be acknowledged and recognized, that's not a great idea. You might as well just buy a dog who will thank you and be grateful to you. Now, before I suspend the sitting, the bells to call the members back to the House will be sounded, and the sitting is suspended to the call of the chair. We will now count the votes.
À l'ordre, j'ai
Order.
devoir d'informer la Chambre
It is my duty to inform the House that a speaker has been duly elected.
in the name of the successful candidate. I wish to explain how the next few minutes will unfold. Une fois le résultat déjà annoncé,
Once the result has been announced, I will call on the elected speaker to walk to the bar at the back of the House of Commons. Next, the Right Honourable Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition will escort the newly elected Speaker from the bar up to here. Then the Speaker will take their seat. Now, why do we have this procedure? Well, a long, long time ago, when the king was unhappy with a speaker's ruling, the speaker's head was cut off. This is why we have our tradition of the speaker pretending to refuse the speakership, and the speaker will be dragged from the bar up to the speaker's chair.
bon devoir est long. It is my duty in inform the House that the honorable member for il est maintenant de mon devoir d'informer la Chambre que l'honorable
It is now my duty to inform the House that it is the member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you.
Ça, c'est les premiers mots que vous dites, puis après ça, vous allez faire un discours de remerciement.
Alors, honorable member.
Or.
Honorable député.
Honorable members, I beg to return my humble acknowledgments to the House for the great honor you have been pleased to confer upon me by choosing me to be your Speaker.
Je vous remercie très sincèrement.
I sincerely thank you for placing your trust and confidence in me. First, On behalf of everyone, I wish to thank the Dean of the House of Commons, the member for Bécancour-Nicolet Sorel, à Lubac.
Pour son savoir.
I thank the Dean for his know-how and savvy, for his sense of humor, and for his wealth of experience in Parliament. I'd also like to thank all candidates who put their name forward in today's vote. I commend them on their inspiring speeches today.
Special mention and thank you for the member of Hull Aylmer, who took the reins of the speakership at a difficult moment. At the end of a mandate, when things tend to get a little feistier, I would remind members that we are at the beginning of a mandate in the selfish hope that you will afford me a little grace period. Once again, thank you for your confidence. I have few words because, well, we all have things we want to accomplish, and we've been away. Thank you, colleagues. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup. C'est pas correct, hein? OK. Merci beaucoup. Merci tout le monde.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Rise in this House for the first time. I hope you will permit me to thank my constituents in Nepean for the great honour of being a member of this Chamber. And I'd like to thank Canadians, Mr. Speaker, for the trust that they've put in this government, but in all members of this great House. Hear, hear. Votre élection.
Your election shows the respect that people have in you here in the House of Commons. For over 20 years, you have served the people of Lac Saint-Louis with devotion, with wisdom, and with heart, and with dignity as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I have much to learn from the members of this great House. I will make mistakes. I have no doubt that you will call them out for good reason. Because this House has rules, it has traditions, and it's on those traditions that our Athenian democracy is founded. Yes, we are Athens. They are Rome. On va triompher.
We will prevail. We're in the golden age of Athens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have my support.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Premièrement, Monsieur le Président.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, a huge congratulations to you. You've gotten the support of this House to manage this House for the next months, years. Who knows? We'll see.
To indulge myself to take this opportunity to thank the voters of Regina Capel and indeed our spouses. I'd like to thank my wife Jill for the sacrifice that she and my family make, as do all our spouses and significant others. You have just taken charge of an office that is almost as old as Parliament itself. It emerged in the Middle Ages when the Commons needed a spokesman to air its grievances to the King. A task that probably wouldn't stand up to the safe workplace guidelines that exist today. And as we heard from our Dean, until the 17th century, the Speaker's loyalty was to the Crown rather than to MPs, and they were often blamed if they delivered bad news to the monarch. 7 speakers were beheaded between 1394 and 1535, and many more were imprisoned. Managing monarchs was a delicate undertaking. One speaker, John Wenlock, during the War of the Roses, when no one could be sure who would end up as king, he tried to hedge his bets by fighting for both the York family and the Lancastrians. It didn't work out too well for him, though. He died at the Battle of Tewkesbury. But of course, he wasn't the last politician to try to be on both sides of a contentious issue. And I dare say we may find some Liberal MPs voting for things that they were very recently voting against. But gradually, the Speaker's role became one of representing Parliament rather than the monarch. And it wasn't until the Victorian era that impartiality of the Speaker became the norm. Now, it might no longer be a requirement to stand up to kings and queens, but you may find yourself having to stand up to other offices of authority. And if such a moment presents itself, we trust you will stand with those speakers who came before you, who defended this institution on behalf of the people. As I look back over the last few parliaments, we did have some trying times. We witnessed injuries from flying elbows, F-bombs dropped, and a few appearances of one member in a state of undress. I did hear that CPAC was considering putting a warning on the daily broadcast, may contain violence, coarse language, and nudity, but so far they haven't had to do that. The speakership itself has been tested, with, unfortunately, some speakers caught in the middle of scandals themselves. I have heard it said that it's all gone downhill since the last time a Conservative was elected Speaker, but I couldn't possibly comment on that. In all seriousness, though, Mr. Speaker, you are not the Commissioner of Parliament, you are the servant of the House, and that is an important dynamic. You are held accountable by the members, and each of us are accountable to our voters. Debates should be passionate. They should be lively. The lives of Canadians are changed by the decisions we make, and so it is normal that members get enthusiastic and fiery. When the stakes are so high, often the best thing you can do is allow the players to play a little bit. This is where the government is held to account. They have an enormous amount of power, and we, parliamentarians, must provide ruthless scrutiny on every dollar taken out of their pockets, every infringement on their liberties, and every single decision this government makes. Of course, every parliament has its own unique challenges and messy moments, but as Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others that have been tried. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, you have our support for your speakership.
Our support and our best wishes for your speakership over this parliament. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Bailleul-Chambly. Mr. Speaker and esteemed colleagues, I would be remiss not to note that I'm slightly further away from you than I used to be, which will force us to be as courteous as possible while still increasing the volume of our voice. It'll show that when it's time for action, numbers don't mean anything. I would like to congratulate the new Speaker on our behalf. I would also like to thank voters who took part in this democratic exercise in my riding of Bailleul-Chambly or throughout Quebec or throughout the rest of Canada. I would like to note that the Prime Minister made reference to Athenian institutions and that the leader of the official opposition spoke a lot about the monarch. I thought it was going to be the opposite, to be honest. Perhaps we'll talk about it tomorrow. In any case, I would like to share my wishes to this House. We have work to do, and we hope it will be serious work under our new Speaker, a Parliament where I would like to have a bit more of a collegial approach. It will be good for us. It will be good for all members to do so. An approach that would be eminently responsible and accountable. I would like to ask all colleagues, new colleagues and old, to be the best that they can be, to compel us in my party to be as good as we can be. Of course, we'll come back upon our priorities in the next few days. You know our priorities. I want us to think in particular about the importance and the privilege of being in a democracy, because we need, I believe, to rebuild enthusiasm in amongst our voters so that they can go vote in the future for something that they want because of their enthusiasm and hope, and so they wouldn't have in the future to vote because of fear. And I think that we can do so, because in the last few minutes and in the last few weeks, I had the opportunity to talk to a number of you, colleagues, and I've already felt, especially through brief conversations with the Prime Minister and Conservative colleagues, I've felt that we do have the opportunity to have a different, renewed collaboration, which seems to be the only path towards a renewed respect that voters have in us, because they chose for us to be here. And I hope that we will be pleased and happy to undertake this privileged work. And you, Mr. Speaker, are the guarantor of that. Congratulations once again.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, on behalf of the New Democratic Party of Canada, I wish to offer our most sincere congratulations on your election as Speaker of the House of Commons. Je tiens à vous adresser nos...
I would like to address our deepest congratulations for your election as Speaker of this House of Commons.
Thank all those who ran for this position and congratulate all returning and newly elected members of Parliament. We have a privileged position in this House. And the role of the Speaker is foundational to the functioning of our parliamentary democracy. As the impartial guardian of this House, the Speaker ensures that debate is conducted with decorum, that all voices are heard, and that the rules of Parliament are upheld with fairness and integrity. In a time when public trust in democratic institutions is being tested around the world, the Speaker's duty is to foster respectful dialogue and uphold the dignity of this House, and that has never been more important. I think we all know that Canadians are facing some of the most difficult times in recent memory. An entrenched housing crisis, rising economic uncertainty, and widespread difficulty accessing timely health care are putting immense pressures on families and communities across this country. And in addition to these challenges, we now face unprecedented threats to our independence and a trade war from the administration south of the border. Now, despite these daunting circumstances, Canadians have responded with resilience, compassion, and unity. They have demonstrated what it means to come together in times of adversity. I think there's a lesson there for all of us. In keeping with the Athenian imagery, I would say this House should have more Plato and less mediocrities. So may this House draw inspiration from Canadians' examples. While we may hold very different views on how best to address these pressing issues, we must not lose sight of our shared responsibility to work together in common purpose to defend the best interests of our country and the welfare of our citizens. Canadian voters have once again elected a minority parliament, a clear mandate for cooperation rather than constant conflict. They have asked us to listen to one another, to find common ground, and to deliver real solutions. No party holds a monopoly on good ideas, and no government is entitled to a blank check. So let us honor the trust Canadians have placed in us by rising to this moment and working together to build a more just, secure, and hopeful future for us all. Monsieur le Président, I am confident,
Mr. Speaker,
with wisdom, impartiality, and a steady hand. Canada's New Democrats extend our support and best wishes as you embark on this important chapter of public service. Les Néo-Démocrates du Canada.
The New Democrats of Canada support you and wish you the best as you start this important chapter of your public service. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et félicitations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to everyone, and especially the new MPs.
To congratulate our new Speaker and to congratulate all the members elected in this place, whether for the first or for our Dean of the House, the 13th time. Congratulations again to every member here. I reflect on what it was like when I witnessed the first Speaker election when I was first elected, and we elected the Honourable Member for Regina Capel. And I'll never forget, the leader of the official opposition stood on that occasion. I commend this to you, official opposition. The leader of the official opposition, the late Jack Layton, said, "We pledge never to heckle." And that was a wonderful moment. I stood on behalf of the entire Green Caucus, as I do today, and pledge again never to heckle and to do everything possible, Mr. Speaker, to make your work in protecting our rights and ensuring the effective and efficient and honorable conduct of this place such that there will be no need for warnings on CPAC or any other network. Again, to everyone here, let's try our very best. I pause briefly to congratulate the Prime Minister on his maiden speech and again congratulate him for brevity. We look forward to more speeches from our Prime Minister, from the leaders of the official oppositions, and from parties, whether recognized or unrecognized. We are all here for the same reason. We work for Canada, we work for our constituents, and with your wise counsel, Mr. Speaker, we will work hard to make this a parliament that Canadians can be justifiably proud of Canadian democracy.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence following the tragic event that occurred on April 26, 2025 at the Lapu Lapu Festival in Vancouver, British Columbia. I now invite honourable members to rise. Thank you, members. I have the honour to inform the House that I have received the following message. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that His Majesty the King will arrive at the Senate of Canada building at 10:15 on Tuesday, the 27th of May, 2025. When it has been indicated that all is in readiness, His Majesty the King will proceed to the Chamber of the Senate to formally open the first session of the 45th Parliament of Canada. Sincerely yours, Donald C. Booth, Canadian Secretary to the King. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de vous informer que Sa Majesté le Roi.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that His Majesty the King will arrive at the Senate of Canada building at 10:15 a.m. on Tuesday, the 27th day of May 2025. When it has been indicated that all is in readiness, His Majesty the King will proceed to the Chamber of the Senate to formally open the first session of the 45th Parliament of Canada. Sincerely yours, Donald C. Booth, Canadian Secretary to the King.
The House now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., at which time the House will proceed to the Senate, where His Majesty the King will open the first session of the 45th Parliament.